Hello, and welcome to the spaceship. Hope you are all doing well on this Sunday. It is quite a lovely day outside. I have got many things done this morning and been doing a bit of work. And yes, now we get to some work on stream. And also, you weren't here for the end of the stream yesterday, you get to see the glorious finality of the bridge. Now, I'll probably still tweak it over time. I mean, I could add more textures to things rather than just solid colours, and fix the holo table, and many things that we. But for now, it is done. So I think all we need to do is fix the conference room, do some stuff in there, maybe sort of similar to this. I want to keep things fairly consistent, but also make them reasonably different, so you can tell which room is which. Which, yes, pretty pleased with how this turned out. It's looking good. And yeah, so today we are going to be doing some more work on Coppice. We left off yesterday when I had closing mostly working, and saving the hierarchies. Unfortunately, we hit a snag where the test data wasn't working. Thankfully, I got that test data fixed off stream, so I will show you that in a moment. I've also been doing some more work on the website design, slowly getting that into a state that we can maybe start playing around with, well, at least get the header bit done so that we can start playing around with what we're going to do with the rest of the page. So, if we hop over, we will have a look and get things started. So, get settled in. How is everyone's weekend going so far? To change bits and pieces. Right. So, let me show you what I was working on this morning, which is actually over here in Photoshop. So, I have been doing some more work on the website design. Have I... Yeah. Playing around with a few bits and pieces. One thing I need to do is work on the accessibility. So, I'll get that finished up before we actually get into Coppice. So, the key part of the accessibility is the contrast here. And contrast I had before was actually a bit lighter and it fails. So when you are doing any sort of text, you need to ensure that there is enough contrast for accessibility reasons. Ideally, you want level AA or higher. There are 3 levels: there's A, AA, and AAA. Level A is generally the bare minimum that you should do. AA is generally, well, if you care about accessibility, level A is the bare minimum, the absolute bare minimum to actually be doing anything about accessibility. When you get to AA, then you are basically at the legal minimum, and AAA is going above and beyond. Now, when it comes to contrast, it gets a bit iffy, because, for example, this to me is perfectly readable. However, it fails on the contrast. If we bring this colour up, so now we get some passes. So for user interface components and stuff, this is a pass. For large text, which, what is it? Large text is 14 point bold or 18 point regular. This is a pass. Now it fails AAA because for AAA you need to be getting a contrast ratio of 4.5 or higher. This fails for the small text because you need to be 4.5 or higher normally. So if we keep going, we will get to 4.5, and suddenly we pass here, but we fail here because you need, I believe it's a 7. Yes, you need a 7 for contrast on text like this. So what we need to find is something that just gives us a pass here for this text up here. So up here, these should pass, because I believe my Coppice green should... Oh, actually fails. In that case, I may need to tweak what Coppice green is. Okay, so that passes. Okay, I may need to tweak my colour palette. But let me check something, because I've never actually bothered looking this up in Photoshop. Oh. No. Right. So, what I probably want to do is go and create a... Yeah. So, let's just open Coppice. Have a look at this colour here. That gives us 3.59. Shop. Apparently has not dated. Well, that's something I never knew you could do. So if you click and drag on Photoshop, you can actually click off and colour pick from outside. I never knew you could do that. I always thought Photoshop didn't allow you to colour pick from outside. Okay, well, what we want is if we go to the absolute darkest colour there. Okay. Okay on that, and then we want a darker. Alright, this 4 point darker. That's a 4.7. Okay. Well, let's take that. That as our new copy. So if we go to our palette, copy this across. Paste that in. Then what we're going to do is go over to here to our color wheel. Paste it in and choose monochromatic, which is going to give us that color. And there. And then if we go back And paste that in, which is going to give us that. Paste that in. That colour there. And then we want to go darker. Actually going darker. May have done this. That's in there. And if I select that and do thing there. What do I want? Black. Okay. Got something on my screen. Right. So we have black up here, and then we want no, it would have been was overlay. I think it was. They're not far off. Yeah, the practical there. No difference between those, but I mean, as you get darker, you're not going to get as much difference. So, yeah, I think. And then what I want to do. Right, select that, move that there, that in, and yep. Quite a nice. There's more variation there. So maybe do that. Color here. $40. There we go. I think that looks okay. Yeah, that's probably going to be better. So yeah, we will select that. Put it there. Now what I do want to take this. Yeah, but this is 2. Saturate by about. Because the thing is, to my eye, that is just a bit too fluorescent. But desaturate it just a bit. That looks better. Thing is that a bit darker than that. So I think with these, I think they look okay. If you look at it that way, that's a fairly nice gradient on them. So yeah, I think we'll stick with that. So we will hide that. Let that fill. Rid of those. Right, and then we can bring back up the app content. And what we want to do is go to this one's our new Coppice, which should with right. Yeah, so that is a super pass there, and is a pass on normal text. So that will work for our copy screen. Now, this has generally been fine in the past because I've either had big text or where I've used the old copy screen in Coppice, it's been bold. Now, it may have been a bit too small bold, so it may still have failed. So, yeah, now we can also go to our subbar here. And what we want to do, like that. So now, if we select color here, copy that, paste. So we're passing here, which is important. So we could actually lighten this gradient up a bit, so let's do 35. I want to pass, but I want to be close because I want the gradient effect to be as strong as possible. Okay, so we can go a bit. And this is the key thing about design. This is why design is not about making things pretty, it's also about making things functional. About placing information in the correct place. It's about making sure that it is accessible to people. Okay, that is about as light as we can go, because at this point we're at 3.05 to 1 contrast ratio, so we're just passing with the large text. And our text here is 24 points, so yeah, that is enough to pass AA. And that is like right at the bottom there. Now, one thing I might do is just on these ellipses. Move those in. I think the longer side looks good. We can move the ellipses up potentially. What we probably want to do is sort of gradient overlay. If we put that down there, we probably want to move these down. Add. Okay. I think that's looking okay. We don't need anything more here. And what is going to happen is, the idea is as you scroll down, the icon and the name will actually slide up to there. We may have it slide, we may just have it fade. But so when you are further down, you can actually top nav. That. So then it will look like that as you're scrolling through the rest of the page. Potentially. I have just noticed something. That top nav. Top line. Oh, there. By and looks like it, but it also doesn't. Maybe practically centered, but not visually centered. Okay. So that is what I would be looking for, and then we have that, and then we have the text here. Now, what I want to do is with the header is mask, and the text here we can put that up a bit. If we had the palette, you'd end up Coppice, and then you've got this introductory text where it starts fading out, and if I remember correctly, that colour is again a pass there. Now these dots here probably fail, but the dots failing, you're not losing the actual text, you're not losing the important thing. I mean, this is saying you can have stuff that fails the contrast for accessibility, but you don't want to have the whole thing, you don't want to have the important stuff fail. Well, one thing I am inclined to do just before, because I want to get this top bit done, because I think down to here we're very nearly done. There are some bits that I want to do, but I think this is looking very good. I would like to do on the buy button. very subtle gradient. And very option. And we'll at the same download button. Very that one. Velocity, do that, and just a little. Probably won't. Or could we have the download button like that and the buy button? Now, probably still make this bold. Yeah. Hey Kieran, hey Sinister, welcome in. Yes, we are doing Coppice stuff. I have just been working through tweaking parts of the new website. So yeah, this is, I've tweaked the top bar again, making it a bit bigger, and decided to settle on that's the wrong thing. So I decided to settle on having it look like this when you first go in. So we've got our nice green at the top. We've got the text here that sort of fades out and then comes back in. Actually, this I need to change to. Have I selected the wrong palette? I have. So I need to actually tweak some of these. Where are our top links? Buy button needs to be that colour. Download button, that colour. And then this here needs to be colour. There we go. So yeah, and then as you scroll down, you will end up with this appearing, and then that will hide, and you'll have this as a bar at the top as you're looking through the rest of the page. So. But yeah, how are you both today? Oh. Seems there's a bit of a mess in here. Oh well. I'm sure we can clean up those bugs at some point. But yeah, so that is the design stuff so far, and then we've got to get all of this looking a bit more. Yeah, I noticed I really should clean the spaceship more frequently. I mean, there's that. You see, there is. Come over here. There's this button here, and I'm not sure what it does. But I think there's a chance it may clean up the spaceship. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get into it. It's got like a glass thing over it, so I don't have any idea what exactly it does. But one of these days I'll get into it and I'll press the button and figure out what it does. I'm sure it can't be anything too bad, can it? Let's see. Doing good. Just out in the family garden. Now some veggies and herbs to take home with you. Oh, nice. Other than that, recovering from a barbecue. Oof. It was quite nice weather here, so hopefully it was nice weather for you at a barbecue. But yeah, I am not doing too badly. I am tired as per usual. Nothing new there. But slowly getting through stuff. I think starting up, just getting some of this design stuff done is quite nice to get through. I've spent the morning going to supermarket, which was actually quite a journey, because the supermarket is only about 5 minutes away. Unfortunately, the road that is 5 minutes away, like the main road, like the key part where I have to go along this main road to get into the main part of town, is closed. Why is it closed, you might ask? Well, it is closed because this place was on fire yesterday and is potentially at risk of collapse. And I live down here, and the supermarket is in this direction. So, yes. There were, I remember... Oof, no access to Bridge Street, which will remain closed awaiting demolition of the building. Are likely to reopen in the next few hours. But there were, if I remember, some drone shots. That they showed off. Yes, here. So, I live further along this road. And the road's basically closed up here. And closed there. And yeah, they're now having to demolish this building. Now, what's fun is, to get from here to here, I had to basically go back, up another road, round a bunch of streets, and then I couldn't even come along here. I had to go along even more streets just to get to this thing. So what should have taken like 10 seconds, off 30 seconds, because you got to stop at the roundabout, but what should have taken 30 seconds ended up taking about 5-10 minutes, because that's the detour that you have to take. No, I don't think they know what started the fire. I mean, it's an abandoned building, so it could have just been... It could have been just random decay. If there was electricity going to it, it could have been like a spark, it could have been arson, it could have been anything. So, but this has been abandoned for ages. But I mean, thankfully they've got a nice supply of water there if they need it, if they weren't able to get it from elsewhere. But yeah, the fire service seemed to have done it. It does explain why there were why I smelt smoke last night and why there were a bunch of fire trucks zooming by, because I think they said they needed about 6 or 7 fire trucks. But yeah, so yeah, from what they're saying, this street is going to be closed, but this one may open, which, as I say, is kind of useful because this is like one of the main roads like when I was coming back, rather than coming along this road, I ended up, because I went to my parents, and normally I had to come back along through town, through this road. I ended up having to basically just take the motorway to get round and then come back on myself and bypass it, so rather inconvenient place to have a road closure, but you can't really do too much, so. I mean, the good news is apparently no one was hurt, so that's the main thing. But yeah, so I had that and all sorts of journeys around, tried to find my way another route around, so. Anyway, let us take a look at Coppice. Now, I made some changes to how, in fact, I'll close this version of the fresh version. So our test debug document now has links in the actual pages, so we'll be able to reopen stuff. And also, if you remember yesterday, we were looking for some things down here that would tell us how many things have closed, and we weren't getting the links because we hadn't set them up correctly. So if I close C now, this should say 1 page and 1 entry point. And it says pages 1, entry points 1. Now let's go down here. Let's say I close J. This, in fact, no, let's close K. No, let's do L. If you do L, that should be 1 page, 2 page, 2 links, 1 entry point. So 2 pages, 2 links, 1 entry point. 2 pages, 2 links, 1 entry point. So if I undo that, it keeps doing that. Now if I do J, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links, 5 pages, 2 entry points. 1 entry point, sorry. Yeah. And then finally, if I close S, this should be 1 page, 2 entry points, 0 links, and it is. So, we are correctly generating our page hierarchy.
Sing a silhouette, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons bring us from our tether. Rivers drifting vivid and together. Stay by my side. Soft songs in harmony. Stay
Oh, why on earth do I get muted? I didn't do any. I didn't even mute myself. I will. I need to figure out some sort of audio alert when I'm muted, because I cannot listen to myself speaking. That does not work, because then I cannot speak properly. But so I can't monitor myself, but I need some sort of audio alert that just beeps in my ear. Okay, Kieran. Hopefully dismantling the barbecue doesn't take too long. I know those are a pain to do, but I should be streaming for another 2-3 hours, so we will see how long I go for. Well, I have it flashing Sinister on my Stream Deck, but I need to be looking down, and also the Stream Deck is turning itself off. That I could do with preferences. Sleep after 30 minutes. Okay. Are there any updates? Nope. The minute that they update Stream Deck to support OBS 28, I want to switch to OBS 28. Because it's meant to be so much faster, and it also means that I can fix various bits and pieces, such as making the overlay actually 1080p, because at the moment it is not. And it is not because I need to put it somewhere on the monitor where nothing is going to overlap it, because I can't do a window capture. And OBS 28 fixes window capture on the Mac. Right. So, have I implemented this correctly? What? So, destination is correct. The source is not. Add links from A to B. Page. Oh. That is why. Okay. Canvas page. So, source is a canvas page, the destination page. Okay. Okay, so we probably want to do add links from that to those canvas pages. Then we can generate the page link. Okay. So I need to change this anyway. So to canvas page. That is going to be from source page to mission pages. We have a oh, that's a thought. I've been meaning to ask, how does my microphone sound on the streams? For those who are listening, compared to like other streamers out there, because I'm using, as I've said before, I'm using a headset microphone because it is the most convenient. Because I can plug it in, it's got a good mic and a good headset. The annoying thing is plugging it in. Okay, so it sounds good. Okay, because it's not the levels as much, it's also the quality of the microphone. And it's one of those things of part of me has been considering, do I need to get a higher quality, well, not necessarily, but an external, like proper microphone and an arm. Part of me is just like cable management because I currently have, I mean, in terms of cables sticking out the front of my computer and USB hub, I have one for the control, one for the headset, one for the Stream Deck, one for my iPad. So I have 4 cables sticking out the front, and if I could get a microphone on an arm, I could basically wire it up so that the wire's out the way, so that gets rid of some wires, and then for the listening in, I could just use my AirPods then, so that eliminates a wire effectively. But it's one of those things of, as this microphone is fairly good, especially, like, it's excellent for a headset mic, but as it's fairly good, it would be nice to have, though one benefit of an external mic would be I wouldn't need to mute as much, because the sorts of microphones that you generally get for stuff like podcasting, the way they work, you need to be fairly close to them because they're dynamic microphones, I believe, is the type you generally get for like streaming and podcasting. So they fall off fairly quickly as you get away. Means that you don't need as much treatment in your room. You don't need to like soundproof it as much, but it means that you've got to be fairly close to them. But it means that I could get it so when I need to cough something, I don't need to mute, I just need to turn away from the microphone. There's less chance of it catching all those little things because this headset mic is very close to my mouth. And the only way I can move it away is by physically adjusting it. So it's one of those things that I may look into it at some point, especially as I want to do some videos for Coppice, and I may record some voiceovers for those. But we'll see how that goes. But it's one of those things of, it's like it's money that I don't really need to spend, but at the same time I could afford it. Plus it would count as a business expense, so if I'm doing it for the streaming and for recording videos, then it's all going to be a business expense. Right. So, yeah, that's just something I've been pondering a bit. Yeah, I know some people are sensitive, and this is why I'm considering it. Because, like I said, it's not bad, but it is like this is not a bad headset. I mean, I can't remember whether I can't remember whether I've shown these before, but what I have are these, the Sennheiser GSP 300. And I got them specifically because all the reviews said they are about the best microphone. I mean, I trusted review. What does it say? Checked all. Not legitimate interest. Cancel. So yeah, non-detachable microphone, but excellent quality. And this is one of the key things, is that the microphone is incredibly good. But yeah, we'll see. It's not like I'm doing too much, but it is potentially more for convenience than for audio quality that I may look for another mic. Because to me it sounds fairly decent. It's just, as I say, a bit easier it's a bit easier to get it not picking up stuff. And also it means I can leave these gaming headsets downstairs with my gaming PC and not constantly have to start the stream and then realise I haven't got a microphone and headset. So finish that page. Okay, force unwrapping there because this is all debug stuff, so if it crashes, I'm the only person that has to deal with it. We want destination page dot page dot ID, but what we also want destination page. Canvas. We've got a canvas, so what we're going to do is let page link equal that. Page link well. I'm going to add that between page link, source page, destination. Okay. So what I should then be able to do is make that CA PB C and get rid of that. On canvas. Okay, that should be fine. I believe. Mission. Edit. Format. Out. On this. And we just W S L and this should work. If all goes well. Okay. So we have all those. And then we'll close that. That. Okay. Ah, there we are. Got it. So PO self.page hierarchies dot first dot endpoint. Your page link. Okay. And we found with 3 pages, 2 links, and 1 entry point. Okay. So we have them. Let us we're going to do God let hierarchy else, and this is going to be canvas page, canvas page, art page, from page, page link. So that will open if we, that should open things correctly for us. Then for the hierarchy, what do we want to do? We've got a page hierarchy builder, which builds a hierarchy. Maybe we want something where we pass in a canvas and a page hierarchy, and a canvas page that we're linking from, and then it will actually construct it for us. Page hierarchy. First. First. Here is then self-dot hierarchy restore hierarchy. Okay. The Dice with interview, is that, well, which one are you on about? There was one that they've already done, and then there's one they're doing tonight, and then there's one... They've done a lot of interviews recently, haven't they? Because they did one a while ago for Glam, and then there was one... they did like a Toon Boom thing, didn't they? So, yeah, I may have a look. The thing is, I've got another D&D game tonight, and I have... And then Kurzek's streaming as well, isn't she? Or did she finish Outer Wilds? I haven't caught up on the VODs, so... But yeah. Oh, D&D last night was fun. I am playing a halfling monk, and my DM is gaining an ever-growing hatred of monks because of how broken they can seem for how simple they are. I could just go in and punch and stun something, and it's just like, attack, 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 attack. Okay, you're dead. Attack, attack. And it was also the thing of, oh, shoot, I ran to a certain location, and my DM was like, aha, but it's an animated rogue here. And then the animated rogue sort of shuffled towards me because it only has 10 feet of movement. And I was like, well, I have 45 feet of movement, so I just ran away. I mean, it's also stuff like the DM finally got some hits off on me, and it's like, oh, I've done all this damage, and then I'm like, okay, well then I am going to spend my action to heal 30 hit points, because that's another ability that monks have. Of course, I didn't realise just how broken they get at the higher levels, because at level 18 you can spend key points to do certain things. Now you can spend key points, 8 key points, which are what you use to like basically spend them to do certain abilities. So you can spend 8 to do an astral projection, but you can spend 4 to basically become completely and utterly broken, because you can spend 4 key points to become invisible for a minute. Nowhere does it say in the ability that if you attack while invisible, you become visible, because the invisibility spell, if you attack or cast a spell, it drops. This is basically like 4 key points to effectively have greater invisibility, which is fantastic. Even better though is you are resistant to all damage types except force damage while invisible. So you have advantage to attack, the enemy has disadvantage to hit, you have and you have the ability to have resistance. So the disadvantage to hit you, and they cause half damage for almost all damage they can do to you. On top of that, it's like, but what I'll do is I'll catch you in some sort of effect. Yes, well, you're immune to poison. You can find a way, you can have an ability that gets rid of charmed effects, like spend an action to get rid of a charmed effect or a fright effect. I'm a halfling, so I already have advantage against being frightened. I have rerolls on wands, and on top of all that, to make it even better, you have the most broken ability in the entire game, which is evasion, which is where no matter, like, you could be in the center of a fireball, but if you make your dex save, you're taking 0 damage. So it's like, oh, well, I can't really frighten you, I can't poison you, and if I do something that's going to make you take a dex save, you've probably got an incredibly high dex because you're a monk, and the most I can do to you is half damage, which is then halved again because you have resistance to that damage. So the most you can do in most cases is a quarter damage, and that is before you do something like take patient defense or dodge action. So, well, they would have disadvantage anyway, so yeah, you'd almost never need to do patient defense if you then had the invisibility. So yeah, I want to play a level 18 monk now, just because I never realised just how broken they got at higher levels. I already knew they were broken. But it's like, oh, monks don't do a lot of damage. Yes, but they get a lot of hits. And not only that, they have stunning strike, so they can stun you and get a lot of hits at advantage. Right. We've got our restorer, so we're going to, in here, that is correct. So, we want to create pages, create entry point, restore page hierarchy on source. So, page. From source or Page ref. So create the entry point, then create links for all pages. This because you can potentially open it and the page may no longer exist. Okay, so creating the pages should be easy. For page ref in a constantly spelling hierarchy wrong. I'm missing the R. Right. So for page ref and page hierarchy. So we have a page ref. Create the canvas page with the ID. With that, I want to set the frame, but we want the frame to be absolute. So let canvas page equals model controller canvas page collection new object $0.id equal page ref dot page ID $0 dot page dollar page dot model ID equal page ref dot page $0 dot frame equal actually want that but we need to find the entry point that we're actually using because we need to get relative offset from it. So outlet entry point equals page hierarchy dot entry points dot first where 0 page link now absolute page ref dot relative context frame absolute frame dot origin absolute frame dot origin plus entry point dot relative position absolute frame. So that should open all of the canvas pages. In fact, what we could do, that canvas pages equal page hierarchy dot map page ref in just map. Oh, page hierarchy dot page F map. Does it dot page? Okay, that is going to return the canvas pages. So should be able to do build and run. Should be able to go here, and for example, if I close this and I click there, okay, so that is just opening that. Okay, that should be opening the full hierarchy. Why is it not? Delete. Bug. Have all of it. Yeah. Right, if I close that, go here. Okay, so we're there. Oh! $0 dot canvas self dot canvas. See why. So if I delete right document, close that, open that. Okay. Okay. So relative positions are correct, but the position relative to that is wrong. Because so we want let hierarchy offset equal source dot frame dot origin plus entry point dot relative addition. This wants to add the hierarchy offset. Okay. But then why is the page not being set correctly? Now, if we set the model ID, that should. Okay, so they are set there. I close that and then we open. Okay, so they're opening in the correct place. But the pages. Oh, do I need to? That way. I wonder if that is just because I'm setting the ID, it's not firing off the change notification. So if I do that before I do the canvas, it may work. Close. There we go. So yeah, it is that. So then we just need to restore our arrows. So the entry point. Canvas selection. Right, it'll be canvas dot. Book. Canvas add the which, yeah. Canvas to add link, and it's going to be the link between the source and page hierarchy dot. Oh, root page ID. That. Entry. That. Canvas page is not going to exist at that point, is it? If that page equals first where .0.id equals page hierarchy dot page ID. R. do it differently. For... Oh no, because we need to actually ensure that the canvas page exists. So yeah. Okay. Building run. So we're going to close this. Fresh. Close that. Because that needs to be destination item. Run. There we go. Hierarchy restored. I can do that. That restores that hierarchy. Do that, and that restores that hierarchy. That will restore that hierarchy, but if I do that and that, it doesn't restore that hierarchy. Unless I do that and that there. That restores that. And what happens if I that and that? That will open there, but that will open there, and that opens. Fantastic! That works really well. Now, the key thing is, if I close that, and I save this, I close, and I open, I go here. Yes, so it's not saving and loading. May not have actually hooked it up. So I'm going to go and make myself a fresh cup of tea. I've been at this for what, 1 hour 40 now. So I need a fresh cup of tea, and then we'll get the saving and loading done. And then there's a bunch of stuff around fixing unit tests. I'm probably going to hold off on that and do that off stream when I have hoping to take a week off in September, so I may spend some of that time fixing stuff like boring stuff like unit tests before release, but yeah, so we will get that done, and then page hierarchies are done. So then we can possibly look into single page mode. Right, so I will be back in a few minutes. I'll play an advert during the break as well, so we'll get that out of the way for anyone who comes in. So, see you in a bit. So, we are back. And we are going to be working on single page mode, which I've been pondering it a little bit during the break, and it may actually be kind of simple to do, hopefully. At least I think so. Maybe. I guess we'll find out. Anyway, let's get into it and see what we can come up with. So, just a reminder, single page mode in in Coppice, if you have a page and you click a link, it opens the linked page. If you have another page that links to the same page and click a link, it opens a second instance of that page. What single page mode will do is, rather than opening a second instance, it would simply create a link between, like, to the existing page. So thankfully, this thing that we have just done here, this method, all of the opening a page on the canvas should be funneled through here. So what this should let us do well, first of all, we need to actually commit what we have. What am I doing? Go to Jira. One of my tasks is to actually shift all my Coppice tickets over to linear at some point, because linear is just, I mean, between the linear and Jira, I'd probably always just go for linear because it's easy to deal with. It has an app, so I'll probably look into that at some point. It's one of the tasks that I have up there to do. Do I have it up on my board? No, I don't think I currently do. That's something that I can do during that week when I'm off. Because I don't want to do everything on stream. Not because I don't enjoy doing stuff on stream, it's just some stuff is boring to do on stream. I'm fine doing it, but you don't want to watch me copy-paste tickets from one place to another all the time. You want to watch me do stuff that is more interesting, such as look through the tickets and find what I'm trying to find. Our canvas page used to have multiple parents. Coppice 415. Interesting. Data, what have I checked? Make a model list key. Shall I learn how to spell non-optional. At some point I also have on my list, probably once we get this version of Coppice done, I want to rethink Streamline. Because part of me is wondering whether I should continue with Streamline, whether it is like worthwhile because it's sort of growing into this greater thing where it could. Well, I'll show you where I got to on Streamline. Oh yeah. Apps. Probably not that. So if I build and run this. So I got the point where you can add stuff in. You can drag them into playlists, and we have streams here. We have our history, like our up next, and our history here. And the problem is the way it has developed is that it's sort of become a music player. I'm almost writing a replacement for iTunes, an app that is designed to let you bring music in, music files, not a streaming service, music files, and it's optimized for that. And then it just so happens to have this sort of soundboard-esque thing here. And I think what I need to do is I need to decide, do I want to still build Streamline? And if I do I want to get rid of all the notions of playlists and tracks and just focus on it being effectively a soundboard app? And a soundboard app that can play playlists of music. So rather than having tracks here, rather than having playlists here, you just have a soundboard, and then you could drag some music in, and you could have one of these. One of these could just be a single music file. It could be a single audio file, or it could be a set of music. And it's just like, okay, if it's doing this, then it's just playing through this playlist. And you still get the thing where, okay, once this is finished, does it go and play something else, or does it stop? If you have sounds and stuff, you could have, does it play over it? Does it cause ducking if it's just playing sounds? And make it into like a soundboard that you can use music for. But the question is, do I need that? So I'm thinking about the amount of additional effort it will take to turn Streamline into a shipping product, and all I really need is better. I need better shuffle, maybe. But I'm able to fix that. The more songs I put into the playlist, the less likely it is that I will get one that has vocals, like this song, when I'm speaking at the start. But it's just one of those things of, I'm not sure how much I would use it. Like, I would use it, but it's like how much of the potential functionality I would actually find useful. Because with Coppice, I'm constantly finding things where it's like, oh, I need to do something, and I start looking for an app to do something, then I realise, oh, but I could use Coppice for that. Like writing the copy for the website update. I was wanting to work out what do I need to do with all these pages. Well, I realised, well, I could just lay that out to the canvas in Coppice and take notes that way. So it may be something that Streamline, I just take a good hard look at it and just decide, well, I've learnt some things, so it's not been a complete waste. I've learnt how to do certain things, but maybe it's just not an app that I need or want. Or rather, it's something that if someone else had made it, I would buy it, but is it something that I want to invest time in and money in to get to a shipping state? Or would I rather invest that more in Coppice and in an iPad version of Coppice, for example? Or are there other things that I could create? So yeah, it's just one of those things that probably with Streamline, my gut is I may just drop it, but I need to have a think after Coppice. Can I cut it down into something a lot simpler? Because with Coppice, it was an idea that I had had for years, and it's something that I had wanted to build for years. And it's like I was stuck for app ideas. Like I do not know what like app ideas to like. I didn't have any ideas for apps for a very long time. I had, when I was younger, all these ideas for apps that I did. And then I got burnt out on the indie dev stuff, and it was just, yeah, I lost the app ideas, and then Coppice was one of the few that I had. And what I need to do is I just need to, I think I need to focus on Coppice, and I think Streamline is just one of those, it seemed like a good idea, but the amount of work and effort is just outweighed by the benefit I would get from it. Just as someone who would actually use the app, because ultimately I want to write stuff that I would use. I don't want to write something that I'm not going to find useful at all. And with Coppice, it's something that I use. With Streamline, it would be something that I use, but it would be something that I would use to essentially just save me a little bit of time, especially as some of the automation I've done has fixed some of the issues that I had with the music app. So yeah, it may be something that we just, like Streamline just goes away, and maybe I come up with something new, something like a new app that I can build. And I'm always open to having more apps. More apps is better. It gives variety for me and gives more chance of one of them really taking off, but I'm getting to the point with Streamline where I think maybe it isn't really the best app for me to build. Like if I really wanted to go in on building a music player, then maybe, but then there's the whole issue of, is there really a business case to that? Or like, are people that just listen to downloaded music rather than streaming services a bit of a dying breed in that regard? So yeah, we will see how it goes. There may be other things that I can come up with down the line, additional things that I can potentially solve some other way, but we'll see. It's one of those things of not getting too far into the sunk cost fallacy. Right. So what I am going to do Right, so if a page hierarchy exists, we will just always do the page hierarchy. Otherwise, let's do, because it's a single line now, if let hierarchy, so this is going to shift down here. Going to go here. Now what we're going to do, we've got create linked canvas, but what we also want to do is if canvas page. Is there, do I have a canvas page? Existing canvas page or page on okay, so I'm gonna have to change that. Where was that code from? Open page. Okay, so maybe we want to do that here. No, we want to do it in. So on canvas we want existing canvas page for page, which is going to return self dot pages first where show that page ID is that just actually that because there's a bit of time. Okay. So then on open page, if let page equals self dot existing canvas page our page self dot add link page link clean source page existing page then existing page. Now what we want to do here is add link is going to want to look to see does a link already exist for this page link. So collection dot what we probably want in canvas, because I believe in page, yeah, we have an extension there. So for For canvas link, what we probably want down here. Extension model collection where model type is canvas link. We need to check in page length. Are the equality equatable? Yeah, so I'm gonna need to possibly change equatable so it doesn't look at auto-generated, because it is incredibly rare, almost like, well, I wouldn't say impossibly rare, incredibly rare and unlikely that we care whether a page link, like, we care about the difference between an auto-generated and a manually created page link that are between the same destination and source. And in the cases that we do, we can check, are they different, by checking that. So we'll leave it for now, but we may need to implement a manual version of that. But self all first where that. Okay. If collection canvas link with page there's a reason that should be nil. So if let existing link that existing, because we don't want to create the same link multiple times. We only ever want to have a link between two pages in a direction appear once. So then, yeah, we can just add link and return the existing page. So, got a failure as I change that to an if. Right, so we've got first page here. What I'm going to do is link to A, B, to C. Okay, so it has created the links. So if I press that, it links to an existing page. If I do that, it links to an existing page. And if I do that, it links to an existing page. And that links to an existing page there. Okay. So we have a single page. Now the thing is, the way this is implemented is... Right, so that is working now. But Right, so what we may have to do is command, because option it would normally what you would do for an alternate mode, but the problem is option is rather than click it is select. So we may have click is whatever the default is and command click is the opposite. So question is, where do we want the toggle? Because we want the user to be able to change what the default is. Now they could do it per canvas. Or we could have it in preferences. I would definitely be inclined to put it in preferences. We can always add it later on a per canvas basis if people ask for it. Okay, so let's put it in, well, first thing we want to do here is colors, which we get to there, open page, page link centered on that, open. Link. Yeah, we're probably going to have to there. Did click on hotspot. Well, that's a fair point. Image hotspots. So if I add a hotspot. Yeah, so option is select. Yeah, so I can do command click. Question is, do I want to do it? Do click on hotspot in that, and we go all the way down. It opens a content point which goes there. See, we get the modifiers there. So we could do it in the layout engine. So the thing that I'm thinking about is where exactly do we look for the modifier? Now there are two places we can do this. We can do this at the point that we get the event, which is when it is clicked. Now the problem there is that then I need to open up a whole can of worms, because this is a piece of information that was not previously passed down the chain and now needs passing down the chain. Effectively we get the modifier here so we can see that command is selected, and then we need to go into open link. Well, that is in here, which is actually, I go back, actually implemented in here, which then goes to the current content editor, which then then goes to the page content editor, or to the because if it goes to the page, oh no, the page content editor doesn't have it, but it goes to the text and the image editor view controller, which then passes it down to the image editor mode view, the page content editor. No, they're both page content editor. But yeah, goes through to here. Then we get into edit mode, open editor mode view controller, which goes into here, which then you open link, and then they click on hotspot, which goes to there, which is self open page link, which then goes into here into editor, which then goes to the parent editor, and it keeps opening it until we either get to the top where it just opens it normally, or we get to the canvas editor view controller where we get to add page and then open page in here, which then takes us down to canvas open page, and then we're here. Now, I may actually be inclined to stick it in here. Now, there's a very good reason for this. I want to... yeah, that already depends on AppKit. I want to have Coppice core depend as little on AppKit as possible and create abstractions so that I can bring it to iPad more easily. So and in order to actually access this, I need to use AppKit. So you know, linked page, open page mode. We're gonna have case default, case alternate. Page link mode, page mode. That needs to be public. Then what we can do is we can do go up to here, and then that is called right, centered on point. Add page at link centered on point. Open. Going to be canvas.open page. And then model controller open page at link on canvas mode. The open page mode. And mode. I think that's new page. Add page. Mode. Open mode. So here, what we want to do is and because this is in the view control, so this is AppKit. So we can do ns application.shared.current event. So that is whatever the current event, be it mouse click, keyboard tap, whatever. Dot layout event modifiers dot contains man. So the layout event modifiers are just basically. I mean, can we do flags dot contains? Suppose we could do it that way. So if that equals true, we're going to do for open mode canvas.open page mode equals default, otherwise open mode equals alternate. So we have our open mode, that's going to do all that. So therefore we can go all the way into canvas plus pages. And I believe what we want is a canvas editor. Oh, we want the Coppice user defaults. Case link to existing pages. Alt. Right. So let link to existing page equals, oh no, for page false if user default dot defaults is foundation defaults dot shared dot all not defaults all for key dot link to existing page default. So if that is true, and actually we could just switch by mode, switch mode, case dot alt, case dot alt, so link to existing page equals user defaults dot default not all for key page by default else page not to that. As does alt. Standard user defaults, that's it. So if link to existing page, that. Okay. Well, next thing is we need to go to preferences, general preferences, and we need to go to our preferences view controller and going to that. Link to existing pages by default. Okay, we may want to delete that and rather than that vertically. Now this is probably going to be a pro feature as well. facing 20 to me, so I would say that is 20 there. So that is there like that. We want straight to the leading, and then we want to bind this to. So that's currently to auto linking text pages enabled. Oh yeah, because we need to check whether Pro is enabled. Link to existing page by default. Okay, so self.link to existing pages by default. So hopefully, what should happen is I can close that. And then I can open this. Now if I click A, it's opening to there. Now that is opening there, but if I do B and I'm holding command down, it links to the existing. If I do C, it's linking to the existing. But then it's opening a new one. Okay. Do that so I can do that. And then go to preferences. If we turn this on, it should invert that. If I press A, it links to the existing, but if I press Command B, it opens it up there. Fantastic, I would say. And if we Pro disabled, okay. Link to Alt. There, that should. Oh yeah, because it's not detecting that. And then I need to enable Pro. Pop that around. To then disable Pro so that I can actually interact with this, because if Pro's disabled and you have multiple frames, you can only ever edit the first canvas. Because we don't delete them, we just don't let you edit them. Okay, so that should not be doing that. So what we need is need up here is to add That needs to be up there. And so that should solve the issue of that. However, for canvas dot plus pages, we find where we can okay, so we can find is so if we go here, mode equal open. If self dot is pro enabled false mode. Ooh. Now that is can't do it based on the open mode, can I? Because it's, are you doing the default or are you doing the alternate? So maybe this needs to be the default alternate, and then further down it is existing or new. Okay. Mode. Page open mode. Is alt. Is page open mode. Here. This wants to be new thing. Got to new. So all that stuff goes away, and this is this equatable. If mode equals existing, and there is an existing page, then do that. Now thinking about it, if mode's existing and there's an existing page, then why would we want to open the page hierarchy? So that should probably be at the top, and then if there isn't an existing page, or you're not wanting to open an existing page, then we check if there's a hierarchy that exists. Okay. So that is good. That is good. Then we get to here. If we get to this point, canvas as a view model, page open mode. Now we can just get rid of the enum. Cool. alternate. This is there, and use alternate is just that is all equal to true. True is true. Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. So at this point, if use alternate, so let link to existing by default equals the value there and self.is pro enabled. So if link to existing page by default is false, then we don't link to existing page by default, or if pro enabled is false, then we don't link to is pro enabled. And then what we want is the mode is going to be a canvas open page mode equals link to existing by oh actually no we don't even do that. Oh no we do. Let mode, because what we're going to do is if use alternate else at if mode equals link to existing by default. Right. If we want to link to the existing by default, but we're in the alternate mode, then we want to go to new, otherwise we want to go to existing. If we're not in alternate and we want to link to existing by default, we want to go to existing, otherwise we want to go to new mode. Okay. So if I build and run, go here, preferences. So if I pro disabled, so that goes off. So link to existing pages by default. So I click that, then I can close that. Okay. I can drag this out. So if I click on that, that is linking to existing pages. But if I do pro disabled, and then I click on B, that is now opening once. If I go here, let that link to first page, so that is linking to there. Then if I drag it out again and re-enable Pro and click that, that is linked to there. If I click there, that does the alternate. Okay, fantastic. The last thing, I just need to put the Pro icon on there. So general preferences view controller. Copy. There. Be vertically, and how far away is it? Standard. Horizontal standard. Missing. One thing that I may do, and now I'll leave it. No, I will do it now before I forget. so it's a separate window. But yeah, if we go here and go to Pro Disabled, and it shows Pro, automatic page linking, we're going to have to tweak that. But I'll just Right. Show linking pro upsell, show theme pro upsell. This wants to go to show page. Pro upsell, we'll change it in a second, but we want to drag that there, so that is now pointing to that. Case. Single page. Link to exist. Times.
Casted of inclusion's warm embrace, peering from a solitary space. The sting of rejection leaves its scars upon my face. I will run,
There's a page.
I will climb through it all, ever keeping the pace. 'Cause I can see the world unseen. I can hear them call to me, harnessing the energy from every fallen failure. I'll be a force of nature upon a wall of road.
Never.
I'll be a force of
And click
the only truth I trust
canvas.
is
Or
what I see.
nibble.
So eager
Just
to
back.
see,
Oh.
so much to find. Got nothing to prove to narrow minds. They rant of redemption as I leave them long behind.
Exist
In the bones,
body. Okay. So if I do this,
there is form and design. 'Cause I can see the world unseen.
should then be able to do this. Pro disabled. Click there. Okay. And then what I wanted to do is Pro button cell, Coppice green. Okay, so I want to go into Coppice. Coppice green. Okay, so what I want to is build and run and take some screenshots. They're all disabled. So, screenshots of there. References. Screenshots of there. Screenshots of there. I don't think. What's new? Ooh, that's something I could do. Coppice blog, Coppice on Twitter. What if I had? Because you can see if I disable, you can see I've got these pro things here. What if in the help menu I had a Twitch, like live Twitch development thing, and maybe if I could work out a way to check whether it's live with just a simple API call, I could do a thing showing that it's live. That could be something interesting to do. But yeah, so we've got those screenshots, and what I want to do, go in here, is select the new copy screen, which is 188610. Color panel. Okay, so that probably hasn't changed it too much, but if I open these, we'll compare. So stable. Help. What's new in Coppice? That doesn't look too big of a deal. What I need to do, paste that in there. Then, go down there. Right, select that. Probably gonna fail. Oh no! New color just passes with that, which is great because that's graphical object. So yeah, we should be good. So it's great for white text and it's great for dark backgrounds. Fantastic. I will take that. Need to that up still. So if I go to there and we compare those, they look fine. Go here. We will probably update all of this when we do the new website and make it look like the website. That would be very useful to do. So, okay. But yeah, I think that looks okay. It's just a bit darker, but everything seems to be updating correctly. So, I think we are good. That is why you use named colours. So I will commit to that. Coppice. What's the ticket number? Single instance link opening 416. Which we can ish. I can push that up. Okay, well, that's been highly productive. We've managed to get page hierarchies done. We've managed to get single page linking done. So we've reached 4 o'clock. So I'm going to step away for 5 minutes and let's spend 40-50 minutes working on the overlay then. Because I don't particularly want to start on link highlighting now, but we'll start on that tomorrow. So I'm going to step away for a little bit, and when we get back, we will, work on the overlay. See you in a bit. Okay, so let's get into doing some play. In fact, I'm going to remember to do something that I haven't done since I implemented it. You watch the bottom left corner. Some magic will happen when I do... Well, work, please. Do what you're meant to. Why is this not working? Because I relied on that. Okay. Shortcut. Current project overlay. There we go. Alright, so let's open. Right, what to work on? So, there are a number of things that we could work on. The first is to do some modelling on our conference room, bring it up to similar standards to the bridge. Probably because we need to stick a roof on it and all that. So there's that we could do. We could do the raid notifications and get those finished off. So if someone raids, we can then go up to the thing at the front. But I think that's something that that's like a very nice touch, but something that probably don't need right now. Bot improvements, so the ability for me to move my eyes about, and some idle animations and stuff like that. And there's the gravity bomb idea, where you can throw a bomb and it will move things up. Now, I think the gravity bomb, we want to do the bot improvements first. Because what I would like to do is, for example, as I move, you can see I'm very static, and I'd like to just have a little bit of a bounce while I move. And just be constantly bouncing ever so slightly up and down. So as I move, I bounce, and as I'm still, I'm just bouncing ever so slightly. Just so there's a bit more movement. Yeah, so we can do, I mean, this probably wouldn't even be an idle animation. This would be a, I mean, well, I'd probably want to change something on the model, which if I zoom out, you can see I've got a wheel. And I'm wondering whether I should change that to be sort of like a ball. So it's almost like just a sphere instead of a wheel shape. Because then it just lets me... It makes the moving up and down seem better, and it's sort of like I'm rolling on a ball, which makes it easy. It just... I mean, I'm not sure it really makes a difference, because... Yeah, we'll leave that as is. But what I'm thinking is, I mean, how would I... Because this is mechanical. So I could have... But if I use my mouse over the overlay, there are two places that we can really bounce. I mean, we can, if I turn this way, so I mean, we can bounce like this, but I don't want to bounce like that in the idle animation. So two places that we can bounce is this joint here. We could have that compressor. Even when it's like this, it will sort of just compress into the body, and then we can have the body compress into the wheel. And the thing is, we can have that just yeah, we can just have that work even when moving. It's just a constant in, out, in. Like, it's just constant moving in and out. So we may... Yeah, so for the body, there are going to be holes in the arm that because I want to have arms that come out. So it's basically a cube box that you can have arms and stuff come out. If you think like Wall-E sort of thing. I mean, this is the thing about something mechanical, is you've got to be very precise where things can move, where things can rotate, where things can bounce. And you've got to think, okay, where could things reasonably move up and down? Now the wheel is squishy. So, and it would have suspension and stuff. So it makes sense that it would move up and down. And the idea of just constantly bouncing up and down on the wheel does make a little bit of sense, because it's like constantly adjusting to make sure that it's maintaining the balance. Because it's, if you've watched someone on a unicycle, they don't just stand still like this. They're constantly just ever so slightly making slight movements back and forwards and so on. So the idea of moving up and down is just it making macro adjustments to adjust the center of gravity. For the head, I mean, we'd probably make it even more slight on the head, but we'd probably just do the body to begin with and bounce up and down the wheel. And we could actually do that fairly simply. We would have to change the rig, potentially. Let's open the Pearl key box. So, because the rig looks like this, so if we wanted... So we've got a bone here, what we would want is the bone to go here. And have one for the wheel. Because then what we can do is like move the... Because I can select, if I go to, oh, I hate it when it does this. Just over to there. Because of how I have my monsters positioned, there's a bug that means that this can sort of just slide up above when it shouldn't be able to. So you can't actually get to the title bar. But if I go to pose mode and select this, where is it? I select, oh, can't remember how you'd do it, because I want to allow this to change, like to squash. Must be. Go to pose mode. Scale. Deform. There we go. I don't want it to deform the mesh. I want it to move. If I do edit, is there a way to... I want to do that, but... want invert that's the armature. Can you invert a bone? 'Cause I want like this to be the new root of the armature. So, parent is the lower act, parent is that. Want parent that, which is going to be that. There we go. So then I should oh yeah, it needs to be in pose mode. That moves the whole thing. That so that can move down there. Okay. So if I go into edit mode, that to there. Huh? That to there. Okay, now this is probably going to break Pilkybot. Just right. Oh yeah, I realised I'm not zoomed in, am I? Forgot about that. Let's lock myself as well, so I'm there. Okay, so save. Okay. Now, the thing that will have broken... Drop project. Is Pokebot. Okay, so we're good there. Armature, the message view needs to be wheel. Oh. Oh dear. Yeah. Where is... Uh, Alright, let's save that. Back in. I wonder if that's why it wasn't working. I wonder if the message view just completely vanished. When did that vanish? If I bring it over here and pause the... Hmm. Put that up into... Now followers and subscribers not working. At this point... That we... Game object, which is the sticker body. Oh, it's the messaging that we probably want. Canvas. Right, I think what I need to do... Right, check. Pokebot. Armature. So message canvas. Base. Message. And if I check this out. Reload. Right, so the sticker body is on the body. The message can... Okay, so if I go here, if I go here and I apply that, so they have moved, but we just need to move them back. Because if I go to Pokebot, yeah, so if I close this and open it again, right, so message canvas is there. Nope, you are there. And the sticker body is on the body. Okay. So then iManager doesn't use it. Base message doesn't. Mouth Manager doesn't. Stick it theme Manager. So we've got the movement controller. And that just moves us. The look. Okay, so this needs to be wheel slash body. Okay, so let's build and run and see how broken this is. Okay, that all seems to work. Let's debug. API test. Follow. Okay. So, do I need to... Yeah. And that would be on the main script. Follow manager. We have the face message queue. And we have the expression manager. Oh, this wasn't saved. Next message. Let's stop bot face. That message. Yeah. And chair. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so. Right, still not showing the sticker. So, if I go to subscriber manager, sticker manager, add sticker. No, it's there. Oh, I know why. Right, yeah. So this needs to go like that. So now if I build and run and do a test, sub, there we go. That now appears there. Fantastic. And I probably needs in and top of it. Okay. So what we want to do is if I move the wheel, that moves, but if I move the body, the whole thing moves. Now the reason for that is because over here we have not actually changed anything. So if I go here and I select that and I select everything, we go to vertex groups. Okay, so wheel. I want to assign all of those a wheel. And then in here that's bone. This is the problem. I can't remember where. Don't know why. It's, yeah, bound to. Question is, I can't remember. How I assign a vertex group to a bone. I have the bone there. Oop, nothing. Pose mode, please. Hmm. Okay. Oh, is it because I turned deform off this? Where is... Select that and select the bone. And deform often. Ah, and it's in both vertex groups. Okay. I want to be here and select all. And vertex groups. I want to assign to there, but remove from there. Okay. And the weight is 1.0. So, if I like this and go into pose mode, like that, that moves freely. Okay, so we can now have that bounce up and down. What we probably want is it to be a bit low. Okay, so what we want to do is move body up and down slightly. So if we go to Pilkybot, let's add, I mean it can be in the movement controller, can't it? Oh no, it's not bot face that we want. Private game object body body bone. And if I look at bot face, this transform find dot game object. This dot body bone equals that dot game object. Right, so public float max bounds. Point on F. Inbounds. And it's 0.1 F. Private float default body Y. Not default body Y equals this dot bodybone dot transform dot local dot Y. Um, the counter there. Copy that. Bunch of it. Alright, movement controller. What do I want? Okay. Okay. And what is movement control? Actually, probably want to move stuff down here. Bounce. Private void update bounce. Private int bounce counter. Fine. Bounce off at equals. We want to do the sign multiplied by this dot max bounce minus this dot min bounce. Minus this dot min bounce. So actually no, we don't even need to do that. Right, we just want to do it by max bounce because so we want to do that, and then we want to do this. So we can get rid of min bounce. Body bone. So we want this dot body bone dot local transform dot local position dot y equals this dot default body y plus bounce offset. Okay, so local position equals this dot body bone dot transform dot local position. Let's do local position dot y equals this dot default body y plus bound offset. Okay. That may be bouncing a little too much. Alright, so I think that is probably what we want, but we want to rate limit. Change that to 0.01. We want public float rate equals. Hi, Techie Girl. It's a little fast, but we will. What I'm going to do is stick a rate in, and what we should be able to do is multiply by this. So I save that. So that is our max bounce. So then we go and let it go. So vibrating with excitement at this point, but that could probably be a bit What we may need to do is the bounce counter. Because you notice that it's skipping a bit. So what we may want to do is float bounce counter. And this dot rate. And then we're just going to math f dot sign this dot bounce counter. So hopefully that'll be smoother. No, it still skips. What if I did minus equal 360? If it gets above 360, that smooth it out. Because it's getting a little bit over 360, but then it's jumping down. So right, so I think we can go a little bit faster, but use this. I'm just watching for any glitches. Okay, so that looks fairly good to me. So I want 0.16, not 0.05, I think it was. Do that. Start again. Let it just load everything. Hey Techiel, this isn't well. This isn't the macOS project. This is the stream overlay, which I'm currently working on. The macOS project is Coppice, which I was working on a bit earlier. But I mean, I can show you if you have time, or if not, if you have another time, you can check it out. The link is there that Sinister has posted in. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, this is just a stream overlay that I've been building in Unity, so this is what we're working on at the moment. But normally I'm working on, where are we? Coppice. Which boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo, once it loads up, is this app here for letting you collect all your notes and linking them together. And we've been doing some new stuff with linking today. Oh, it helps if I zoom in so that you can actually see the app, so that you can actually do other things such as have pages. Why's that not working now? Okay, I broke something. But yeah, this is Coppice, so this is what I'm working on. I'll probably be working on it tomorrow as well. So feel free to just drop in any time, and just if you want to have a look at the Mac stuff and I'm not working on it, then just let me know. I can always hop over and show you and answer any questions you have. But I always like to finish off the streams by just messing around a little bit in Unity. It's sort of a way to cool down a bit. So, if I do that... Okay, so I don't actually move on the Y. And I'm moving about, but then I stop and I start bouncing. If I go in here... Okay, I think... if this is too much bouncing... way to test is... only I can see this, but... let me just tweak that. I think the rate is good. I just need to... yeah, I think that looks a bit better. So, what I'm going to do is if I do this again, and go to here, and then I zoom in like this, what I can do, I can drag that out over to here. And if I drag that like so. What do you think? Is that look okay, or is that an annoying bounce? Oh, it's set the max bounce up again because I was playing when I changed it. Let's set that back to what I was doing, which was that. So that's what I was doing in terms of a bounce. Any thoughts on the speed and the bounciness? I think the rate is good. It's just you've got to balance the rate and the bounciness. I don't want it to be too big because then it can be distracting. Because I can move there and then I'll just start bouncing again. Because it's obviously bigger when I get closer to the camera, but the key thing is when I get here, I think there's just enough movement that I look a lot more alive now. Yeah, it's subtle, but I think it's a massive improvement in terms of how alive I feel when I'm just sat here. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it like that. So I need to remember to go like that. That's in there. And then I think what I will do is I will save this and I will build. that. Restart the stream overlay. And yes, I bounce. Yay! So I think this is a good improvement. Ow. So yeah, I think this makes me seem a lot more alive now, which is good. So, as it is 5:10 here, I think this is where we will call the stream. So, I need to rush off because I need to get some food and then relax a bit before D&D later. And also rearrange a few things on my planning board because we've got through quite a lot today. More than I was expecting. There was stuff I scheduled for next week that we now get to do this week. So, yes, I will go grab food. I will go have a relaxing rest of my evening. And yes, I hope you also have a relaxing rest of your evening, day, whatever time it is for you. Relaxing rest of your weekend. And until tomorrow, when we will be starting on Link, highlighting on canvases, I want to wish you all a very happy coding.